Dukes and the JMU Alumni Association are teaming up to bring you this free Matazone HD Sportsnet feature presentation from Harrisonburg, Virginia and the campus of James Madison University. Welcome to NCAA Women's Basketball live from the JMU Convocation Center as the JMU Dukes open the 2013 season by hosting the Virginia Cavaliers. Tonight's game is being presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellis Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. And a pleasant good evening to you on opening night for JMU Women's Basketball. I'm Taylor Mickelberry. We'll bring in my partner Houston Stutz in just a moment, as well as hear from Bree Berry and Tracy Smith throughout the evening. But first, JMU is coming into this season after a fantastic 2012-2013 campaign. They finished 25-11 overall and 14-3 in the CAA, losing only to Delaware twice during the regular season and Drexel in the CAA semifinals. They had a great run into the WNIT until Florida came here into the Convo, defeated the Dukes 85-80. It was the first loss in postseason on the Convo floor here in recent memory, and Florida went on to lose to the eventual WNIT champions, fellow CAA foe Drexel. But that was all last year. We started new here tonight with all of that in our rearview mirror, and the ladies of JMU, they're ready to start this year's campaign with Virginia. Virginia is a team that the Dukes they've had their number in the regular season last 2 years in Charlottesville, losing in 2011 59-53, and last year losing 78-57. UVA would eventually finish last year's season 16-14 overall. They lost in the ACC tournament. And don't forget, Houston, the WNIT here at Convo within the last 2 years, that was a victory for the JMU Dukes.
They played great in those WNIT, and the good thing about the Dukes this year, though, they're aiming for the NCAA tournament. They're trying to get back there, and they're going to have a great season to do so. They bring back a lot of leaders to this team. They only lose Tariq Hislop, but they got Kirby Burkhalter voted CAA preseason player of the year by the media at the media day in Baltimore. They returned Nikki Newman, who again, she was out last year with a broken foot. She played 8 games, but now she's got another attempt at her senior year, and she's going to be very strong defensively for the Dukes, so they're going to need all of her leadership. But you also return Toya Jiggets, Jasmine Wathley, Precious Hall. Everybody now has experience underneath their feet. Well,
and you mentioned Tariq Hislop, and averaging 16.4 points last year. That's tough to make up, but those players you just mentioned, you're getting them back. Precious Hall, Jasmine Wathley, they're going to be able to spread out maybe those 16 points, or somebody could step up here. You're going to bring back also Muff Mickens. She's coming back into the fold. And then you've got these new young ladies in here as well, some of the freshmen coming in, or some of the transfers as well. I think it's going to be a very big year for this team, and it starts tonight against the Virginia Cavaliers.
I'm glad you mentioned Angela Mickens, Muff as they call her. She's got great ball handling skills. Look for her role to step up a lot this year, as well as Destiny Jones. And Mickens, she can handle the basketball. We saw in that exhibition game.
Oh, yeah, we were here for the exhibition game against Lenore Ryan, and man, we saw it from her last year, but how about all the times she just drives in under the basket and will fall over, but flip it up and somehow make it.
It's something to look forward to tonight.
Great skills. The Dukes heavily favored to win the CAA this year. They're the top team preseason. You mentioned Kirby Burkhalter. She's got the potential to hit 1,000 tonight. She needs 5 more points to do it, and that'll be pretty exciting if it were to occur. The regular season against this Virginia Cavalier team has not gone as great as the Dukes had hoped for the last 2 years. But how about that WNIT? That was back in 2011, or rather 2012, I should say, and that was when the Dukes won here at Convo 68-59. This is quickly becoming quite, I guess, rivalry. Charlottesville's 60 miles away exactly. I looked it up this afternoon. From the Convocation Center to the John Paul Jones Arena, it is 60 miles on the dot, and just quite the competition because both of these two teams are always contenders. Last year, UVA ran into a little bit of trouble with some of their teams that they had to end up playing, and would eventually go 16-14. So they're looking to get this season off to a good start. But so are the JMU Dukes, who have made the postseason the last 8 seasons under head coach Kenny Brooks, and you have to think that that's exactly where they are heading for tonight.
Well, UVA enters this season with high hopes after failing to make the NCAA tournament as well for 3 straight seasons, but that's a program in women's basketball that's normally used to being up there. They have also typically been good at starting the season as well. They've won their last 8 straight season openers, including in a 78-57 victory over the Dukes last season at John Paul Jones Arena. UVA leads the series with the Dukes 15-7, but JMU has won 3 of the last 5 meetings, including the last 2 games here in the Convo. You mentioned it, a 68-59 victory in March of 2012 in the WNIT, but then go back to my freshman year, December 2010, an 82-80 victory, and Dawn Evans, she put on a show that night, scoring 42 points against the Cavaliers. Tonight, though, UVA is looking to erase those 2 losses. They'll be led by senior guard Tara Franklin and redshirt senior guard Lexi Gerson. Franklin is probably the most talented player on this UVA roster. She finished last season averaging 19 points in her final 6 games and earned all ACC honors. And she did all this while not practicing very much and pushing through a very injury-prone career. She's had 3 knee scopes in those 4 years. Gerson has also played through injury. She missed all of last year recovering from a hip surgery. Gerson is the oldest player on the roster and the only player for the Cavaliers who has NCAA tournament experience, which will be key down later the road. She is a key defensively, and she is, as Coach Boyle calls her, the bread and butter in her famous 1-2-2 zone that we should see a lot of tonight.
We will see both teams take the court here as they work through warm-ups. This Virginia Cavalier freshman class is a top 10 ranked class. They were ranked number 8 by Blue Star Report, and ESPN ranked them at number 9 for signing day last year. It includes Brianna Mason, Tiffany Suarez, as well as Amanda Fioravanti and Sydney Umeri. So we'll see if any of those guys, those young ladies, get into the fold here tonight, but that is the top 10 ranked recruiting class for the Virginia Cavaliers. But you talked about it, Houston. They rely so much on, especially, I think, Tara Franklin and her 14.3 points per game. That is exactly, where we will expect to see a lot of points to come from. So we're going to let you enjoy the atmosphere of the Convocation Center and the JMU Pep Band and start wearing purple here. No doubt, one-of-a-kind atmosphere here at the Convocation Center. We'll now pause for the national anthem, also by the JMU Pep Band, as we honor America. have been with the national anthem tonight. Let's take some time now and go over the starting lineups with Houston Stutz.
Well, we're going to pause quickly. We're going to wait for the teams to get ready, and we'll have those shots for you as they are announced. But yeah, a great atmosphere on hand, very packed combo. Should be an interesting night for basketball, and no better way to get the season started than a very big game at home on opening night. Starting first for the UVA Cavaliers will be 5'10" senior, number 10, Kelsey Wolf. Starting at guard will be number 20, Faith Randolph, 5'10" sophomore from Durwood, Maryland. The big name we've been looking for, all ACC performer, Tara Franklin, wearing number 23, a 5'11" senior from Bowie, Maryland. Starting at center will be Sarah Amobio, that's number 42, 6'2" junior from Abuja, Nigeria. And lastly, the freshman, 6'1", number 44 from Ackworth, Georgia, Sydney Umari. The UVA Cavaliers are coached by Joanne Boyle. She graduated from Duke University in 1984. She's in her third year at UVA with a 41-25 record, 11th year overall, 270 and 129 is her overall record. And now the Duke's going to play the typical Rocky theme as we get ready for the starting lineup for the JMU Dukes, coached by Kenny Brooks, graduated from JMU in 1992. Starting at 4 for the Dukes, the local, wearing number 30, 6'2", redshirt senior from Harrisonburg, Virginia, Nikki Newman. Starting at center, wearing number 33 in white, a 6'3", redshirt junior transfer from Providence, from Camden, Connecticut, Lauren Okafor. Starting at forward, wearing number 12, she's a 5'8" sophomore from Tallahassee, Florida, a sophomore, Precious Hall. Starting at guard, wearing number 20, also from the area, from Bridgewater, Virginia, 6-foot senior, Kirby Burkholder. Starting at guard, wearing number 24 for the Dukes tonight, from Billington, Virginia, redshirt sophomore, 6'2", Jasmine Lothme. The Dukes again are coached by Kenny Brooks. He graduated from JMU 1992. He's in his 12th year here for the Dukes. He's 252 and 106 with a 70% winning percentage.
So there are your starting lineups as we prepare for tonight's game. It is the first women's basketball game of the season here between the JMU Dukes and the UVA Cavaliers. Second, or I should say third season in a row now that this game has been the first game of the year. Both of the last couple have been in Charlottesville. I got the pleasure to go down there and see both of those opening games. And really, I think if I recall from last year, JMU never really got it going, and they had a lot of trouble with Tara Franklin. So it'd be interesting to see how this comes out and how JMU will try and stop that poke attack by Franklin of the UVA Cavaliers.
Yeah, they had 28 turnovers, so the Dukes have to limit turnovers and control the basketball. They allowed a season-high 16 steals for the Virginia Cavaliers and 22 assists, so they got to take care of the basketball. But the big surprise for me when I looked at the starting lineup for UVA, Kelsey Wolf, a senior guard from Seneca Valley High School in Germantown, Maryland. She tore her ACL in February, and she's already playing a game. Wow. Adrian Peterson, maybe. Female version, we'll see.
It'll be Gualtney in the middle, along with Amobio for the University of Virginia Cavaliers. The tip going to go to UVA. Well, maybe. It was a scrum for it there, but it is pulled up by Wolf. And we're underway at the Convocation Center. A great crowd on hand for this opening game. Inside now goes Randolph, puts it up, and it is in for the first point of the game.
As we guessed, Kenny Brooks going man-to-man early, a little pressure from UVA full court. Dukes don't like to go zone.
First shot for the Dukes is by Burkholder from outside. It doesn't go. Rebound pulled in and taken up court. Handled around by Randolph. Kicks it out to Wolf. Wolf tries to set the offense. Inside now to Amobio, and foul call.
And again, that may be going back to that new rule change where if you touch a defender, you're getting called for it. You cannot impede them when they come into the zone or change their direction in any way. So going to be a lot of fouls called early on.
A couple new rules we'll try and let you know about throughout the ball game. That's one of them. Another one that you need to be aware of. 10 seconds as Wolf will take the shot. It'll fall. UVA out to the 4-0 lead. The next one you should be aware of is now women's basketball for the first time has the rule is that is intercepted by Umeri. Now taken on the other side by Randolph. Outside, shot by Franklin. She'll miss it. Burkholder will pull it in. Women's basketball now has 10 seconds to get it over the midcourt stripe like men's basketball.
And Dukes really need to take it slow down here, down 4-0 early. They just really need to get settled in. We saw in the exhibition game, didn't do so well at that early. It took them a timeout before they got into the flow of things.
There you see another foul.
That's coming off the basketball. We'll see who that's on. It's Jasmine Gwathney with her first.
2 fouls quickly on the Dukes, and you know, I never got a final tally of total fouls in that exhibition, but it was a lot for the Dukes. I know that much. They probably put Lenore Ryan in the bonus with at least 12 minutes to go in the second half, if I recall, somewhere in that realm. Shot deep by Randolph, and it's pulled down by Burkholder.
UVA runs the Princeton offense, but they're really trying to run it up tempo. They haven't been scared to shoot the ball early.
Mickens will work it around to Burkholder. Now Mickens has it back and over for a three-point shot from Newman. It's off the rim, but she'll knock it out of the defender's hand and sacrifice herself for it. It goes out of bounds off of her, though, and we'll get our first substitution back in with Precious Hall.
So Nikki Newman, the first body to fly on the new court here at JMU, if you don't want to count the exhibition game.
True. 2 of them, one for the men as well. By the way, if you didn't know, the men are playing UVA as well. We'll try and keep you updated on that one throughout this ball game. Lots of action for the JMU Dukes today. Volleyball is in action. Women's soccer playing in a semifinal game as well. We'll try and keep you updated.
16 minutes left in the first half, 13-5 UVA.
Randolph puts it up, but Gualthme is going to foul her as she took the shot, and that will be Gualthme's second foul quickly as we haven't just gotten under 18 minutes.
And that's big for the Dukes. Gualthme assume she's going to have to come out, and that means Nikki Newman's going to come in and probably go back to that power forward position that she's always played. She is making the adjustment to small forward this year because of the way Gualthme played last year in her absence. Randolph
will shoot the first one, and she'll make the free throw. There goes Gualthme, and Nikki Newman will return. So we got Newman, Okafor, Burkholder, Hall, and Mickens for the Dukes. Second foul shot coming from Randolph, and that one will fall as well. It's 6-0 UVA.
So JMU fans on their feet longer than they want, full court pressure. Dukes trailing 6-0.
Mickens, there's the ball handling skills we talked about. Remember, she's got 10 seconds now to get it across the court, which is different. Hall from 3, no, but Burkholder will recover it. Now down low, they're going to say Burkholder walked with it.
Tough call.
That'll draw the ire of the Dukes crowd here tonight.
Again, JMU just has not settled down and found their pace yet.
So Wolf takes it up.
They need to stop defensively to really gain that momentum and confidence back.
Wolf working it around. Now will trade passes and inside to Umeri. She'll put it up and lays it in. 8-0 UVA.
And that's the Princeton offense. Get it to your center who's at the foul line and then work the backdoor cut for the easy layup. Execute it to perfection there by the Cavaliers.
Newman is trapped. She'll get it to Mickens. Now to Burkholder. Burkholder trying to drive along the end line there, but will lose it out of bounds. They're going to say it goes off the UVA defender first, and Lauren Okafor will come out.
Dukes just got it across the half-court line in time there. Used about 9 seconds, and with that 10-second rule, you know it's going to be going through their mind a lot, Taylor, and it looks like they're playing a little frantic early.
Mickens inbounds to Burkholder. Burkholder trying to drive inside, and collision, no foul called. UVA is going to have the ball. Faith Randolph is going to go up and get fouled.
Foul's going to go on Precious Hall.
Yeah, that one's going to go against Hall. That is the 4th foul for the JMU Dukes in the first 16 minutes, or excuse me, we just got under the 3rd minute, into the 4th minute, I should say. And Randolph going to shoot 2 again. She'll put the first one down.
So the crowd's still on their feet and they're not happy.
The tradition, don't sit down until the Dukes score, and the Dukes have not been able to score at this point. UVA has been able to score 10 with that one put in by Randolph.
So Duke's putting themselves in a hole early, and we saw it against Lenore Run when we were here, Taylor. They kept it close, but then eventually they found their way as this ball was dribbled off the feet.
Yeah, Mickens loses it. She'll recover it, though. Now kicks it out. Burkholder wants a three off the back of the rim. Precious Hall recovers it. She'll put it up, and now she's fouled with 16:37 to go. And now the potential to get some very needed points for the JMU Dukes. So Hall will go to the line.
She's a 5'8" sophomore from Tallahassee. Shot 85% at the line last year.
There's the first one in. The first points of the game for the JMU Dukes. Hall with her second. It'll go as well. 10-2 UVA. And now JMU will go into a full court offense. Atara Franklin's got it. She'll get it over to Ameri, who will take it up court against Newman. She's in a trap now and loses the ball. Newman's got it. And the JMU Dukes get a turnover. Mickens now running the offense.
And before missing last year with a foot injury, Nikki Newman was the CAA Defensive Player of the Year in 2011. Shows off her skills there.
Mickens going to work it around towards the wing. She'll cross back over the top of the key, gets a pick and will throw it up, but it will fall off the back of the rim. And JMU not getting the shooter's bounce early in this game.
They're 0 for 5 from the field early. UVA, on the other hand, shooting 3 for 5, 60%.
Mobio trades passes back now to Faith Randolph. Randolph over to Franklin. Atara Franklin will work against Kirby Burkholder. And whistle there.
And again, more of that touch foul. We saw it really perfect from this angle, just barely a touch and a foul.
Coach Brooks wants to discuss this one with the referee. But we will take a pause now and hear from some of our sponsors. You're watching Madazone HD Sportsnet presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Entelos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.99.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
The University of Virginia ahead of the JMU Dukes. Fans, join us on Friday, November 15th at 5:30 as we recognize and induct our newest class of distinguished JMU athletes and coaches into the JMU Athletics Hall of Fame. To reserve your spot, visit jmusports.com/Hall of Fame or call 568-DUKE.
Well, the JMU men's basketball team is in action in Charlottesville at the JP Che. Last I checked, it was 13-10. The Cavaliers on top at the first media timeout, so they're on pace with us here as well. Some quick stats from before the first media timeout. Again, UVA shooting 3 for 5, 60%, 4 for 4 at the line. Duke's 0 for 5 from the field, and 2 for 2 at the line.
UVA has the ball here. Franklin trying to call for somebody to come grab the ball. She'll get it over to Wolf at the top of the key. Guarded by Mickens.
Both teams still have a goose egg behind the arc there.
Wolf trying to find somewhere to go with it. She'll go inside to Umeri, who will put it up, and it'll bounce around, and foul called.
It's going to go against UVA.
It will go against UVA, and Mickens will pull that one down. Turn over there. A couple other things we do want to keep you aware of here tonight. JMU Women's Soccer CAA semifinal. Playing against Hofstra to try and get some scores for you there. I think some of the stat software is down. but we'll work to get information from that, as well as volleyball. Inside now, Okafor tried to put it up, and she'll recover her own pass, will put it up and get fouled.
Count the basket. She's going to go to the line for one. The Dukes are playing. They have the height advantage against the UVA Cavaliers, who their tallest player is 6'2" on the roster, while Laura Okafor is 6'3", so she's got the height advantage. We'll see if the Dukes try and hammer it more inside to the Providence transfer.
Substitution for UVA. Tara Franklin will come out. Rayshawn Gaffney will come in for the Cavaliers, and Okafor will shoot one more to finish off the three-point play potential. It'll bounce around, so it'll remain 10-4, but Burkholder will gather it up and will reset the offense. Mickens gets it over to the wing, and Burkholder now around to Newman inside the play. Now around Burkholder trying to work inside to Jiggett.
Looks like the ball may have been kicked from this angle. No kick ball, but there it looks like there's going to be a foul in the paint.
Ball will stay with JMU. Inbounding is Mickens to the top of the key. Jiggett gets it over back to Mickens, who will shoot with 4 on the shot clock. It'll bounce around, and that's going in.
She got the shooter's roll. Good thing she's in the combo. I believe the fans' noise may have pushed that ball in.
Now, some pressure by JMU. Gets it up court, and Randolph wanted to go all the way to the basket and then get it back inside, but a foul called. Randolph looked like she just ran a couple too many steps.
They do call a foul, and again, it is early in the season. The refs are still trying to get acclimated to this new rule about the fouls. As you see there, didn't look like a foul, but she did impede the ground of Randolph, so it is considered a foul. And early on, it looks like it's going to be a lot of stoppage, and of course, the fans are not going to like it. So if you're a fan, I don't believe you're in favor of these new rule changes.
6 fouls on the Dukes so far, 3 on the UVA Cavaliers. It's for 3, and Randolph bounces off the back of the iron. And a foul called against UVA.
That'll be on number 33, Rayshawn Gaffney, 5'8" redshirt freshman from Fairfield, Ohio, making her collegiate debut tonight for the Cavaliers. And the Cavaliers are a small team, but 2 over-the-back calls early on. So they have 4 team fouls to the Dukes 6.
Newman's got it now after receiving the pass from Jiggett. Around now to Burkholder. Mickens at the top of the key. Tried to get it to Newman, and the pass is loose. Kelsey Wolf will gather it up for the Cavaliers. Gaffney's got it now. Tries to drive inside. Will get it over Faith Randolph. Randolph stops and pops off the back of the iron and pulled down by Mary and loses it. Mickens has got it. Mickens is going 1 versus 2 in the paint against the Cavaliers, and then they'll reset the offense now. Destiny Jones wants the shot. She's got it from the wing.
It's big that Destiny Jones get involved in the offense. We didn't see much of her last year involved, but this year she's going to step up, and there you see it, her first bucket of the night.
Wolf's going to work it around now. Faith Randolph has got it. Randolph clearly now such a big part of this offense is the sophomore. She's got it now down low against Jones. She walked with it. Travel violation.
She shuffled her feet before she put the ball on the ground. Easy call for the referee to make right here at our perspective.
Tara Franklin comes back in. Faith Randolph will head off.
So the Dukes on an 8-0 run after falling behind early, 10-0. So it's been a game of runs so far. The Dukes will look to top it off here and tie the longest run of the night.
Burkholder's got it now outside the three-point arc. She's trying to get away from the defender. Around to Mickens and Newman. Newman kicks it back out to Mickens. Now to Burkholder. JMU trying to run the offense here against a tough defense. And they're going to call it for UVA. It's going to be off of Burkholder.
See if we have a replay of it, but the referees, they were a little questionable about it. They didn't know what was going on either.
No, they did not. Now it's UVA's turn to try and end the run. Tara Franklin would be a good candidate to do that. She'll kick it off, though. Now to Gaffney over on the near side. Gaffney to Gerson. Gerson working around and into the paint. Loses the handle and Nikki Newman trying to get a walk call out of it, but instead it'll be a foul call on the JMU Dukes.
I believe it's going to go on Jiggets. So Toya Jiggets with her first foul of the night. Jiggets, a 6-foot junior from Norfolk, Virginia, not in the starting lineup tonight for the Dukes.
I'll send Lexi Gerson to the free throw line. Gerson, last year a 79% shooter. She'll make the first one.
Again, coming off a hip surgery. So she missed all of last season for the Cavaliers.
Second one is up, and that one is through as well. 12:21 to go. It's 12-8. UVA up over JMU Dukes. Mickens now trying to work it around and up over the court. Mickens gets through with their ball handling skills. Now to Burkholder. Shoots it. It's off the rim. Jiggets got it back, put it up, and is fouled.
Jiggets is 6 foot tall, but she plays like she's 6'4". The girl is certainly not built like a center, but she plays like one. Has very nice moves with her back to the basket, and she can rebound the basketball. There you see there, rebounding the shot from Kirby. She gets in there and jumps with the big girls and then goes up strong for the foul.
Jiggets makes the first one to close the gap to 3. That's the 5th foul on UVA. Next one by Jiggets, and that one will go through as well to 2-point ball game, 12-10. Up court now goes Gaffney. Gaffney gets it off to Franklin. Franklin to try and go inside. Instead, we'll kick it out to Wolf, who wants a 3. Wolf off of the rim and pulled down by Destiny Jones.
Good coverage on the 3 ball by Burkholder, but Wolf still wanted to take it.
Mickens around to Burkholder now. They'll work it around the horn, and now Newman will get it back to Mickens. Inside to Toya Jiggets. She'll put it up through pressure, and she's got the foul.
Again, that's what the Dukes need to be doing, going to Jiggets down low. The outside shot has not been working for the Dukes, 0 for 4. Both teams actually 0 for 4, and there you see Jiggets working hard inside.
So 11:41 to go. It's 12-10, UVA leading. And the foul trouble, I think, a big story at this point. But we got another story for you. We want to hear a little bit about Kenny Brooks. And for that, we'll go to Tracy Smith. Hi, Tracy.
We have Kyle down here who is a senior engineer major, and he's going against Justin, a senior Spanish major. The first person to successfully make a layup, a free throw, and a three-pointer is going to go home with a great prize courtesy of Mackinac Ski Resort. Gentlemen, are you ready? On your mark, get set, and go! And both miss our layup. That's okay. He's got an excellent pull up to the free throw line. Engineer major super smart. Going to get that layup. Kyle's still, yes, all right. They are back at the free throw line. Both shots. You okay? She's quick. She's good. And they're making their free throws. Some high action recording going on down there.
All right, Tracy, thank you.
Free throw. He's back to the
12-10, UVA.
the person that is the furthest at the end of the next 5 seconds.
And I think so far, Houston, we've seen the new foul rules come into play a few times. And the other thing think we've seen is the 10-second rule, which is new for women's basketball this year. It seems like it's playing at least a minor role in so far because, you know, these teams, they seem like they're kind of rushing to get things up across the court because these young ladies have never had to judge 10 seconds in their head like the men do.
Right, when you play basketball and you put that 10 seconds into your head, it makes you feel like it's going to happen just like that. You count off 10 seconds right now, it's going to fly by. But when you're out there in the court, you need to realize that you've got all the time in the world that you need to get it across half court. So really, it shouldn't be a problem. But again, like you said, you put the 10 seconds in your head, and it's going to make you work a little bit more frantically.
Toya Jiggets will shoot 2. She'll make the first one. Jasmine Gualthmy going to come back in for Nikki Newman. Remember, Gualthmy has the 2 fouls already. And that's why we've seen her have a little bit of absence. Jiggets trying for the second one. She's got it. We got a tie ball game, 12-all. UVA and JMU. Up court comes Gaffney. Gaffney works it around. Tara Franklin inside now to Amobio. Back out Franklin, wants a 3. It rolls around, it's knocked out of bounds, and they're going to say it goes off a Cavalier. So JMU will get it back off the turnover there, and Mickens will work it up court. potentially working for the first lead of the ball game for the JMU Dukes. Burkholder around Jiggets, now Mickens. Top of the key, tries to set the offense up the way she wants it. Around now, Burkholder gonna get trapped in the corner. Burkholder tries to get it off of one of the Cavaliers' legs, and she does. JMU will keep it.
Virginia very aware of Kirby Burkholder and the skills that she possesses. They're not giving her any openings. She has got a few though. She's thrown up 2 shots behind the arc. Hadn't made either one.
Jiggets kind of fumbles with the ball. She'll kick it out to Gwaltney. Gwaltney now to Mickens. Mickens will travel with the basketball.
So again, she took the stutter step early. And so Gwaltney back in with 2 fouls, 11 minutes remaining in the first half. She needs to go the last 11 minutes without getting anything. So we'll see if the UVA Cavaliers try and pressure Gwaltney and take the ball at her because they know she's going to back off.
Gaffney now works it around to Faith Randolph. Back around to Lexi Gerson at the top. She'll get it over into the corner to Gaffney. They'll trade passes. Gaffney, big shot there. She missed it, pulled down by Jiggets.
So after the early on domination by the Cavaliers, Duke's going against Kenny Brooks' philosophy and running a 2-3 zone to try and keep the Cavaliers outside.
Gwaltney gets intercepted by Gerson, and Gerson going to get it off to Franklin. They'll trade passes. Gerson wants a 3. It's off of the rim, no good. Back inbounds, though, by Randolph, and UVA will get another chance at the offense.
Looked like the ball bounced on the line. The Dukes just hung back, and it's not too far from where we're sitting at, Taylor.
Inside, tipped around, and back out. Faith Randolph's got it, and the walking has begun again for the Cavaliers.
Not sure if these referees were big fans of the disco or not, but they're certainly turning their arms a lot tonight. A lot of stutter steps being taken early by both teams.
Inbound from Jiggets goes to Mickens, who will work it up court against Atara Franklin. Mickens now trying to get trapped, but with those ball handling skills, she just cuts through the Virginia defense, but then throws the interception over to Franklin. Franklin now goes full court pass to Gaffney. Gaffney puts it up. That's going to be a foul, and it's going to be number 3 on Jasmine Gwaltney.
So now if you're Coach Brooks, I believe it's going to be safe to say that Gwaltney is going to sit the rest of this half.
She was going one-on-one with Gaffney after the long pass. Gaffney now with a couple free throw opportunities. The first one's going to fall. And Newman will sub in for Gwaltney.
You don't like getting the foul if you're Coach Brooks, but at least you're making them earn their points at the foul line rather than giving them the easy layup.
Such a tough situation. Gwaltney was the only one there. Second one falls for Gaffney. We'll get a substitution. Kelsey Wolf will come back on, and Gaffney will go off.
If this is 1 year ago, you're a little bit more hurt if you're Coach Brooks because you don't have Nikki Newman. But now you have Nikki to go to that power forward spot, her natural position. Still tough to lose Jasmine, but not the worst.
A couple long passes. Now Newman's got it back out to Jiggets. Now to Mickens.
She about took an extra step.
To Newman now. Newman trying to pass it off. Mickens into the wing. That's knocked out of bounds by Wolf, and it'll stay with JMU.
UVA playing very strong defensively early, forcing the Dukes into a lot of bad decisions. The trap has been working great for Coach Joanne Boyle. Again, Duke University graduate, played basketball for the Blue Devils.
5 seconds to shoot. Burkholder down low, and she is going to put it up and be fouled.
So she's going to go to the line and shoot too. She is the leading free throw shooter for the Dukes as of last season. She shot 88%, just in front of Precious Hall, who shot 86. So the first free throw attempts for Burkholder.
She'll make it fall, and we'll see Sarah Beth Barnett for the first time subbing in for Sydney Umeri for the UVA Cavaliers. Burkholder will have one more chance to tie the ball game. She does.
She counts it, so 3 points away for Kirby Burkholder. A tray will do it to put her at the 1,000-part mark. So that was basket number 997 for the senior.
Franklin will set the offense up. Here comes Wolf around to Gerson. Wolf at the top of the key will kick it out to Faith Randolph. Barnett to Randolph. They'll trade a pass. Backs up does Randolph with 6 to shoot. Kicks it out. Gerson wants a 3, and it's off the front of the rim, and rebound goes to Burkholder.
So both teams will stay scoreless from behind the arc.
Burkholder's got it now, round to Mickens.
UVA 0 for 8 behind the arc, Taylor. A lot of three-point attempts thrown up.
JMU 0 for 4. Into the corner trap. Destiny Jones has got it out of it. Oh no, she will miss it off around the rim. Jiggets will get it back into Burkholder. Burkholder puts it up and it'll bounce off, and it is rebounded by Virginia.
Not a very strong layup by Burkholder.
Long pass up to Randolph now. Randolph driving in. She'll put it up, and she's fouled. That'll be foul number 9 on the Dukes.
Destiny Jones was in the middle of the lane, but she was trying to find her man rather than find the basketball. She was the first one back. She should have turned around and guarded the basket, but instead she finds her man, and that opens up the middle of the floor for Randolph.
Randolph heading to the line now, 4 of 4 on free throws tonight. Total 6 points. She is leading all scorers now. Puts it up, and that one is in.
While we have a break in the action for a second, women's soccer, JMU and Hofstra tied at 1 at halftime.
One more free throw. Randolph is up, and that one is in for Faith Randolph.
Other women's basketball scores. Final, Delaware cruises past Rhode Island, 64-43. Navy beats Townsend by 1. And Hofstra and Robert Morris are tied at 17 with 11 minutes remaining in the first half.
JMU passes around Newman into the wing now. That pass almost intercepted, but Mickens got it. Mickens with the ball handling, puts it up and in.
Nice move by Angela Mickens, and she gets 2.
On the other side now, Tara Franklin gets a pick from Barnett on Newman. Now Franklin trying to go inside, has to kick it out to Randolph. Randolph puts it up against Newman. It falls and is recovered, and then Jiggets is going to put it up. Now to Mickens on the semi-fast break, puts it up, and she'll miss it, and it's recovered by Randolph, and then it's going to be a jump ball. Jump ball, possession arrow, JMU.
And that just got everybody on their feet, and that's going to put a lot of motivation into this team. The way that Kirby was strong with the basketball, she didn't let go and threw the Cavalier to the floor.
Timeout on the court. It's a tied ball game, 16-16. We'll be back. You're watching Madison HD Sportsnet presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
The Dukes tied with the UVA Cavaliers, 16 apiece.
Some stats. With 7:30 remaining, leading scorer for the UVA Cavaliers, Faith Randolph. She's got 8. The rest of the Cavaliers that have scored all have 2. Sydney Umari, Kelsey Wolf, Lexi Gerson, and Rayshon Gaffney. So the Dukes keeping that Tara Franklin off the glass early on. Nikki Newman does not have any points for the Dukes, but Lauren Okafor, Precious Hall, Kirby Burkholder all have 2, as well as Destiny Jones. Toya Jiggets and Angela Mickens have 4 for the James Madison Dukes. Dukes shooting 28.6%. Cavaliers shooting just over 21.
Burkholder's got it now, top of the key. She needs that 1 point. She'll lose the basketball, and whistle and stoppage of play. Foul called, and it's going to go against the Cavaliers. That'll be on Gerson, her second.
So foul trouble could come into play in this game before it's over with.
Here comes Kirby Burkholder to the line. She's got 4 points. She's got 5, and that is 1,000. Excuse me, that's number 3. I got excited. I got excited, and every point that Kirby makes, I think, is a 3. Now she's 1 away.
999 with that free throw by Kirby Burkholder. On the men's side of things, the JMU men's basketball Dukes are trailing the Cavaliers 23-11 at the JPJ in Charlottesville, exactly 60 miles away, as Taylor pointed out earlier.
I was interested, so I Google searched it. Sure enough. Up court now. Wolf getting trapped by 3 Dukes, but somehow gets the ball to Franklin. Now Barnett's got it. Randolph trying to shoot from the wing, and it is off the rim, pulled down. Jones gets it up now to Mickens. Around to Burkholder. Burkholder for 3. It'll bounce off, and it is pulled in by Atara Franklin, who thought she was going to get it. But then Burkholder came in and just slapped it off of Franklin. JMU keeps it.
And JMU with the hustle play there by Kirby Burkholder.
So inbound coming from Mickens. It'll go into Jiggets, who will kick it back out to Mickens. Mickens wants to drive inside with it. She'll put it up. It'll bounce off the inside part of the rim. Jiggets gets big, gets in there, kicks it out to Burkholder. Burkholder will put it up over Barnett and is fouled.
So she's going to the line for 1, or excuse me, for 2, but if she gets 1, it'll be very big.
Can I say it this time? Am I going to be right?
You'll be right. Let's see.
1 point away from 1,000 points. Kirby Burkholder at the line, shooting 2. Burkholder, 1,000 points.
It's good for Kirby Burkholder. The Bridgewater native joins the 1,000 point club here at James Madison University.
5 points now on the night for her. She can make it 6 and 1,001 with this free throw. She's got it.
It's good.
JMU takes a lead. 2016 now, under the full court press. And up court now goes Wolf to Barnett under the trap. It's tipped away. JMU tries to grab it back. Now it's a scrum for the basketball and jump basketball.
Give them pads. UVA plays North Carolina in football this week, but it looks like they're playing the Dukes.
Possession arrow does favor UVA, but I'll tell you what, I'm pretty sure on that last little scrum for the basketball, every player on the court touched it.
I believe you're correct.
Inbound coming from Franklin. She'll go back to Wolf. Wolf will have to cross the line again at midcourt. And that new JMU logo across the middle. Barnett now has it around to Randolph with 7 to shoot. Randolph going to drive it inside. She'll put it up, and it's short. Newman's got it. Will hand it off to Mickens to take it up court.
The pep band was chanting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 a little early, and I believe that forced her to throw up the shot, even though she had 5 seconds on the shot clock.
Burkholder works it around to Mickens. Obviously, she has never played in the Convocation Center, unfortunately.
The madhouse, as they call it.
And it is going to be a foul called, no shot. That'll be foul number 10 on UVA, and all of a sudden UVA has overtaken the JMU Dukes for fouls, 10-9. The Dukes with 9, excuse me. And Burkholder will go back to the line. She's got 6 tonight. Now one will roll around the rim. Virginia substitution will be Faith Randolph coming off and Rayshawn Gaffney going on.
Last year, Kirby Burkholder led the Dukes against UVA with 25 points. She's got 6 tonight.
That one will fall as well. Another free throw. And inbound being handled by Gaffney around to Umeri. Tries to drive, and a blocking foul going to be called on Jiggets, and going to the line now will be Gaffney.
See if she had her foot on that no charge circle. Here's the replay. She's set. Doesn't look like a very good call by the referees, but maybe when she put her hand out extended to catch her fall, maybe that's what set it off for the referee. She's just got to kind of take it and use the butt as a cushion.
That was the 10th foul on JMU. Jiggets will come off, and Ross will go on.
Haven't seen much of Crystal Ross. It's her first time in the lineup for the Dukes.
Another one coming from Gaffney. It will bounce around. Burkholder with the rebound. Up court goes Mickens now. JMU with the lead, 21-16. 5:35 to go. Mickens working it around to Destiny Jones. Newman works it around Mickens. Jones, Ross, inside, Ross up, but it bounces around. That was a good set, though, down in the paint by the Dukes.
Great set. Ross just a little too strong on anticipating that contact in the paint.
Gaffney now, top of the key, working against Burkholder. 5:10 and counting to go in the first half. Gaffney works it out to Tara Franklin. Franklin will try and drive in against Newman. She'll back out, get it to Gaffney. Gaffney now against Jones. Gaffney will walk.
So the Dukes will get the basketball back. Dukes only have 2 points off turnovers, though. And that'll be the 6th turnover for UVA. Dukes have 9 early in this game. Again, they set opponent high for UVA last year with 28 in the game at the JPJ.
Newman wants her first points. It's off the back of the rim. And that'll be foul called.
It's a charge.
JMU gets it back.
So Tara Franklin will get her 2nd foul for the UVA Cavaliers.
Franklin, by the way, held to 0 points up until this point. That'll take her off the court. Faith Randolph back on. Mickens now will work it with 4:37 around to Burkholder. To Mickens, now Jones. Jones over towards the corner. Now Mickens towards the top of the key.
Mickens is so quick, you have to respect that fake she's got when she wants to pass the basketball.
Newman loses it for a second, will kick it out and recovered. Now long three. Burkholder got it.
She hit that from Duke Dog's mouth, right in front of the UVA bench, right in front of Joanne Boyle. Deep three for Kirby Burkholder, and that will probably get her going. The first 3 of the game, actually.
Her 10th point. Barnett got it on the other side. That was a massive 3 and a great momentum builder for the Dukes. Wolf now working it around. Gaffney wants the shot. She's got it, falling over a falling Nikki Newman. They both hit the ground on that. Up court now goes Mickens. 24-18, JMU leading. Burkholder trying to work it around. Almost intercepted. That's not the first time that's happened. Burkholder for 3. It's off the back iron. Recovered by the Dukes. Knocked by Newman to Mickens. Now Newman has it over towards the wing. Over into the corner, Burkholder back to the top, and Mickens inside to Jones. Jones, if she had turned around, probably had an open shot. Gets it out to Burkholder, now to Jones, and the ball is loose, heading out of bounds, but the Dukes keep it. 3:14 to go, 24-18, JMU leading. And you just saw her there a moment ago, but Nikki Newman has returned to the Dukes lineup since getting hurt against Duquesne last year. And now we'll hear more on her from Bree Berry. All right, Bree, thank you. 24-18, JMU leading the Cavaliers. Burkholder, they just announced it before we went to Bree that she did hit point number 1,000. She's got 10 so far in the game. And just, there's no doubt that she'll go down in history as one of the best Dukes to play alongside Nikki Newman.
Oh, most certainly. And Tariq Hislop, Dawn Evans. Just year after year, JMU puts out these great basketball players.
Again, we'll keep you updated on some other scores that are happening around JMU Nation here tonight. Recap of the scoring so far. It's Burkholder with 10. For the Cavaliers, leading scorer is Faith Randolph with 8. Foul trouble early for everybody. Everybody's got plus 10 fouls. Rothme with her 3 fouls has to hang out on the bench for what we can only assume will be the remainder of this half as we restart play. Mickens to Burkholder. Burkholder back over to Mickens towards the wing. Mickens wants to drive inside, kicks it out to an open Newman. Back to Mickens now with 5 to shoot. Inside, Destiny Jones. Good layup by Jones.
So for Kirby Burkholder breaking to 25th on the career points list for the JMU Dukes, holding it currently 1,091 points. Julie Franken, she played from 83 to 87, so 86 more if she wants to move into the top 25 in points.
Something tells me she might hit just 86 this season, maybe. But Burkholder, certainly a big night for her nonetheless. Sydney Umeri traveled there, and so the Dukes will get it back. Newman kind of pump fake there. We'll get it to Burkholder, though. Crystal Ross is in for the Dukes as well. Jones and Mickens, the 5 on the court. Here comes Ross over to Newman for 3. Newman's got it. Nikki Newman with her first 3 of this season.
And just to give you a hint how many points she scored in one season, last year, Taylor, she hit 539 points. That's good for 11th best in all-time season points.
3 points on the other end by Faith Randolph. That's a huge three-pointer there, 29-21. By the way, in that exhibition game, Newman didn't score a point, so that is literally her first 3 points of the season in any type of competition.
And she certainly has needed that.
Whistle and a foul on the other end, and JMU will keep it.
She's known for her defensive skills, but again, Nikki Newman, when she gets on the scoreboard, it's always a fairly good night for the James Madison Dukes.
Mickens will inbound. We understand there might have been some problems with Tracy and Bree's report. We're sorry about that. We'll try and get it fixed for the second half, as they'll give us some key information then as well. So we apologize for that. This is going to be a foul called. Burkholder inside there. And the foul will be called on Sarah Beth Barnett. It's her second. Burkholder will shoot 2 here, and the first one will fall.
So Kirby got off to a slow start, but now she's really starting to take control of this game. She's the first player to double digits for either squad.
Burkholder going for number 2, and point 31 will make it a 10-point lead, and she does. JMU up 31-21 with under 2 minutes to play. Now up court comes Jaron Garner for the first time for the Virginia Cavaliers. And Garner going to work it around Mickens. Inside now Randolph. Randolph been the big player, as you see there, with a shot from the free throw line. That is her 13th point. She now leads all scorers. She's been huge tonight for the Cavaliers.
Excuse myself. Randolph actually beat Burkholder to double digits. She now has 13.
That shot up by Destiny Jones, missed it. Ross had the putback opportunity, but it falls off the front of the rim. Barnett to Randolph. Randolph wants a big 3. It's off the back iron and pulled down by the Cavaliers, and it will stay with Atara Franklin down low.
Franklin battled, but no, the possession error goes to the Dukes.
Yep, so JMU will get it back here with 1:10 to go.
She was probably looking for a foul, though. It didn't look like the Dukes even had possession or touching the basketball.
Originally, I thought that was what it was going to be. I didn't see, like you said, anybody touching it, but sure enough, it's a jump ball situation. Under a minute to play now. Burkholder works it around. Mickens tries to get it back over to the Burkholder in the corner. She'll put it up as she's running, and foul called.
She went down hard to the new floor here at the Convocation Center, the first new designed floor, at least, since 2003, and I believe that was the last time the Dukes had actual JMU on their front of their jerseys rather than James Madison.
You know, and I find that kind of interesting. I do recall last year, after a big win, Coach Kenny Brooks said that he really likes having James Madison on the front of it because he likes when people see the highlights or are able to watch it if they beat a big team, which is, you know, fairly common for this JMU squad. He likes them to see James Madison. So I guess I'm a little interested to see that they did change the jerseys up a little bit.
They certainly stand out compared to the men's uniforms. Their new home white uniforms as well. They have JMU on the front, but they're not in our stitched block logo, and their names on the back are even tough to read. But very nice design on the jerseys, easily recognizable for the JMU Dukes. They stand out with that white and purple combination.
Probably a good thing that it's the home team that has lettering like that for the benefit of you and Kurt Dudley in the future.
And yourself for at least now.
For at least now, yeah. At the moment.
I'm sure he'll call you back at some point over the Christmas break.
We'll see if I get called up from the bench again.
Don't make it sound so negative there, Taylor.
Inbound coming for UVA against full court pressure. Big toss there by Umeri all the way up Franklin. She'll get it over to Sarah Beth Barnett, but then they'll reset. Couldn't get a shot out of that good series of passes. And now Garner will handle it back out against Mickens, top of the key. Over to Randolph. Randolph loses it. Burkholder tips it over. Now Destiny Jones. Jones will put it up on the other end, and she's got it.
I was going to tap you on the shoulder. It looked like Kirby Burkholder was down for the count. But
I knew exactly what she tapped me for. It worried me. Randolph on the other end. She missed it. I was watching the other end, and I knew exactly what might be happening on this end. I'm glad what I thought happened didn't happen. Franklin's shot is missed and pulled down by Newman with 9.7 seconds left. Timeout is called by James Madison. Yeah, Burkholder, she spent a couple extra seconds on the floor while Jones converted that opportunity there.
But looking back at it, it was just more of a, all right, let me stay on the floor while I can and get a breather, because she hopped up and she had a grin on her face as soon as she saw the layup go in.
Huge smile as Destiny Jones gets her 6th point of the game. She is currently I believe she has the 2nd most points for the JMU Dukes. Quick timeout here with 9.7 seconds. Kenny Brooks wants to get his team a couple more points, maybe 3 even, before we head to halftime.
Very smart play by Coach Brooks to get that timeout in.
Mickens with 4 seconds, out to Newman. Newman going to drive the baseline, and then she puts it up, and charge called. So they can't convert the opportunity, and in fact leave 1.3 seconds left for the Cavaliers to do something with it.
So that'll be Nikki's 2nd.
Inbound coming from Umeri all the way at Tara Franklin. Gonna shoot from half court. It's gonna be short, and that will end the first half. Got her first half for the Dukes after they got their footing. It's 33-23 as we head into halftime. And so far, you know, they had that rough start. I don't want to call it a rough start, but they had a slow start.
Slow is a good way to put it. The Dukes they went into it completely. They didn't know what they were doing. Just a little bit frantic, which you can expect the first couple minutes in your own building in a real game, a really big atmosphere. This is more of a late season crowd on hand here, and a late season opponent. How many times have we seen Virginia come to open up the season? A big game on your home floor to open the season. Not typical. Normally this is that WNIT matchup or late December out of conference game.
I'm excited. You mentioned the atmosphere. I'm excited to see what the attendance figure is going to be. You take a look at the sideline, the stands on the opposite side with all of our camera angles, but the side that all of our operations are on is filled. And I'm very impressed at the turnout here tonight. You know, UVA has traveled decently, I would say, but overall, this is mostly purple and gold out here tonight. So we'll take a timeout, and we'll come back. Houston and I will. A little bit of time left in halftime to give you a rundown on some stats But for now, you're watching Madison HD Sportsnet presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Try to shoot and make it before they can get their rebound. If they do, they are out. Any questions for you guys on the rules of knockout? Okay, if myself or one of our subs, they mark you and turn tap you on the shoulder, that means you've been knocked out. Two dogs, you're going to have the honors of taking the first shot.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Trying to win that
Huh? Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
And we welcome you back to the Convocation Center, a very lively Convocation Center. It's a good crowd on hand tonight. The crowd behind us on the side that you can't see is packed in here. And it's just a really fantastic environment. Hope you'll stick around on Madison. We'll try and keep you up here to date on a lot of different things happening in JMU Nation. Volleyball is playing. We're trying to get some information on them, as well as women's soccer and the men's team as well on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. First, let's take a look at some halftime stats, Houston.
All right, leading the way for the UVA Cavaliers, Faith Randolph, number 20. The guard has 13 points in 18 minutes on the floor, and she has 3 rebounds. Leading the way rebounding-wise, Sarah Beth Barnett, number 3. She's got 4 rebounds, and there you see on the replay, Destiny Jones there working her way in. And then here's the hustle play by Kirby Burkholder to slam it off of Tara Franklin when she was not hustling. And there's just one of many instances where the JMU Dukes are out hustling them. And there's that long 3 ball from Kirby Burkholder we were talking about. 3 of her 12 points that lead the Dukes. And here's some of the UVA highlights for you as well. Also in the scoring column for the Cavaliers, Rayshawn Gaffney has 4 points. Sydney Umeri, Kelsey Wolf, and Lexi Gerson all have 2. And rebounds, Sarah Beth Barnett 4, Tara Franklin has 3, Faith Randolph has 3, and then Sarah Mimovi has 1, and Sydney Umeri has 1. In the first half, the Cavaliers are shooting 6 for 22, 27.3%. Behind the arc, they're alone 1 for 12. That's an measly 8.3%. At the foul line, they're 10 for 12, good for 83%. For the James Madison Dukes in the first half, shooting 8 for 25, 32%. Behind the arc, 2 for 9, 22%. Nikki Newman has 1 and Kirby Burkholder has 1, both who went to Turner Ashby High School. At the free throw line, the Dukes are 15 of 17 for 88.2%. Individual stats now for the Dukes. Again, Kirby Burkholder leading the way, 12 points, 8 rebounds. So just about time for a double-double in her first game this season. Also in the scoring column, Destiny Jones. She has 6 for the second best on the squad. Toya Jiggets and Angela Mickens both have 4 points. Nikki Newman has 3 on her low tray. And Lauren Okafor and Precious Hall both have 2 rebounding. Again, Kirby leads the way there with 8. Toya Jiggets has 5. Nikki has 3. Destiny Jones has 3. Crystal Ross and Angela Mickens both have 1. Turnovers in the game. The Dukes have 11, and the UVA Cavaliers have 10. Points in the paint, JMU leads the way 10-2. They lead the way off turnovers as well, 12-8. Second chance, 14-0. So they're getting second chance points, and that's going to be a key, offensive rebounding.
Repeat that statistic you just said about points in the paint, and I'm going to wow your mind.
10-2, JMU in favor.
Last year, the Cavaliers 48, the Dukes 6. That was last year's game.
They had a lot bigger team last year, and now they're forced to run the Princeton style because they all have guards and so much depth at that guard position, the Cavaliers that is, and they can shoot the 3 ball. May not be showing up tonight at 1 for 12, but they certainly have that in their arsenal.
Mobio put a shot up and missed it. Foul was called. She'll go to the line.
That's going to go on Lauren Okafor. So she's got 3 early. That's going to be enough to get the lone 3. Toya Jiggets up to replace the double 3.
And that one will go in for Mobio. That will take Okafor off the floor for Jiggets, as Houston just mentioned.
So UVA on the board first to begin the second half, just as they were in the first half. Slow start for the Dukes, but they did power back.
Mobio's second goes in, and it'll be 33-25. A little bit of pressure, half court by the Cavaliers against Mickens. Mickens over to Hall. That was almost a bad pass, but Hall was able to gather it in. She'll lose it, but Mickens will recover it as we are underway 20 seconds into this second half of opening night for women's basketball. JMU inside now, Burkholder outside. Hall wants the 3 off the front iron, and that one will go off off of Hall's leg and out of bounds.
She was fighting for it, but got on that baseline and just ran out of room. Well, we normally say it during halftime, but if you're listening, we'd like to give you a shout out. Tweet at us, hashtag Madazone or HStuts48 at T-Mick of JMU. Love to give you a shout out. Again, hashtag Madazone.
Handled by Randolph now. That's a Twitter handle you don't hear very much here on Madazone HD Sportsnet. Inside by Wolf with 7 to shoot, and she'll put it up. Band was counting her down, though. You have to always wonder, does that affect them, or can they tune it out?
I think it's got to cross their mind a little bit. But we're using the hashtag Madazone because we don't have access to madazone@jmu.edu, the normal email address of Kurt Dudley.
Hall is going to work it inbound, inside now, into the paint. Will lay it up behind the back, and it's good.
Puts the lead back up to 10 for the Dukes.
Randolph into the wing, now gets it inside to the paint, and it's put up and sunk by Amobio.
Amobio, good pump fake. It sold it to Kirby Burkholder.
Amobio's fourth. Mickens now to Hall. Across to Newman. Newman now to Burkholder. Corner. Newman lost it. Gets it back, though, and gets it inside Jiggets. Puts it up, and Jiggets back iron. Newman with the rebound.
Oh, I thought Kirby thought Nikki was going to take the shot rather than swing it one more time.
Kirby's going to take the shot herself. Newman will recover it again here, so it's another chance for the Dukes. Mickens around to Hall. Corner, Newman. Newman back out to Hall for 3. Finally misses it.
A break, just a little too much on it for Precious.
Matar Franklin on the other side for the Cavaliers. Faith Randolph now trying to work it inside the paint. She'll back out to Kelsey Wolf. Wolf does the same thing, back out to Atara Franklin. Franklin going to work it around against Nikki Newman. Shot put up from the side of the paint. She'll put it in.
Well, joining our broadcast now we have the Duke Dog with us. If only we had a headset big enough to fit around his head.
He's got his jersey on, Duke Dog does.
I guess we could bring him in from the bench.
Hall around inside now the paint to Jiggets. She'll get it up over to Mickens, now to Hall. Hall with the lay-in, it's good.
Good power move on the baseline and was able to get it off the glass. Tough angle, but she made it work.
Timeout taken now by UVA with 17:19 to go, 37-29. There's a foul apiece now. We understand there was some issues earlier on with the sideline microphone, and we want to give you a chance to hear about Nikki Newman again. So we'll go now to Bree Berry.
JMU welcomes redshirt senior Nikki Newman back into the starting lineup after being forced to take a medical redshirt in 2012-2013 season due to an ankle injury. Newman was named the CAA Defensive Player of the Year in 2012. In addition to that honor, she holds the school standing record and second place for most block shots at 120, 15th in rebounds with 672. Now the defense took a hit last season with the loss of Newman. In addition to being a top defensive CAA player, she was named to the preseason All-CAA second all-team. Now this has been Bree reporting courtside. Back to the sideline reporters.
All right, Bree, thank you very much. That's Nikki Newman, who tonight 3 points, and so a light night scoring for her, but otherwise she's pulled down the 5 boards so far for the Dukes, second only to Burkholder with her 8, and I think you can just see an immediate impact by Nikki Newman.
I believe Coach Brady said it earlier this week in one newspaper source. I can't remember if it was the Breeze or the DNR, but things that Nikki does are not things that show up on the stat sheet. It's the things she does. It's the pass that gets the assist. She's got to pass it to the player that may come up with the assist. Who's leading an assist night for the Dukes? That's Angela Mickens. So maybe it's that pass to Mickens who then turns it over and gets the assist and the bucket for the Dukes. So it's the little things, the diving on the floor we've seen. Just the hustle all around from Nikki Newman is very important to the Dukes.
Atara Franklin is going to inbound it to Kelsey Wolf. I was talking with the Director of Basketball Operations, Tim Clark, pregame as Wolf works it around. And I asked him basically, what does Nikki do now that she had to sit for so long as a shot put up and is missed there by Amovo? What does she do now? Kirby Burkholder works it to Jiggets, and Jiggets puts it up. It's missed. Precious Hall, secondary.
A one-handed rebound by Precious Hall there. That was a very good rebound. It's like she was using one arm to block out and then one arm to make the catch.
Go to the foul line. But what does Nikki do now, you know, that she got a chance to watch things on the sideline and watch things? And Nikki basically told Tim, so this is secondhand information, but that it matters what the coaches are telling them. Like when you're in the heat of the moment playing the game, you don't think about it that much about necessarily what the coaches are saying, as that one is sunk by Hall and Randolph will go out. Coming on is Gerson. But she says now that she can see those things better after having spent a little bit of time on the side. This one will fall as well for Hall.
I believe in that same story she said that I mentioned earlier, she said that when you're on the floor and the coaches are yelling, you're like, really, does that one small thing matter? But like you said, on the bench, she sees it, and now she's like, well, it does matter a whole lot.
I think that's exactly what she told Tim, who then told me, is this is a backcourt going against UVA. And it's just so interesting that that's how she now sees things way differently than when she did as a player. And
similar to Rayshawn Goins and what he had after he torn his labrum the year before last, and we saw he played last year.
Precious Hall now will work it around. Angela Mickens, top of the key, over to Hall. Hall wants to drive inside, will step back, shoots. It'll bounce out. Boy, nobody's getting any shooter's rolls tonight for either team, I think. It shows on the scoreboard. Fighting for the ball. JMU comes away with it. Mickens will take it up court. Now a 3-on-3 as everybody catches up. Burkholder gonna finger roll it in, and it'll be around and off the back of the rim, and it will go off of one of the Cavaliers' fingers. Stays with JMU.
Nifty moves by Kirby Burkholder, sliding every which way to get in between the crowd. And then, like you said, the finger roll just not enough. Seen that move a lot from Kirby, but tonight it just hadn't been working for her, just like her deep shot hasn't been working early on, but it's starting to come along for Kirby.
Gaffney just came in for the Cavaliers, and we're going to get a conference of the referees, it appears, as one of the refs will head over to the scorer's table, give everybody a chance to chat both teams. 2 fouls UVA, 1 on JMU, and we're still not done at the scorer's table, but you see there Kenny Brooks. Again, the issue in the earlier half with the microphone, we hope that we'll get a chance to hear more on Kenny Brooks' background from Tracy Smith a little bit later.
Well, first of our shout-outs comes from my folks back home, Mom, Dad, and my brother, so Randall Terry, and then, of course, our family friends, the Wick Lions, Jeff and Donna. Jeff, alumni of JMU, so it's good that he's listening back on Madison, as well as my family, and watching this good game as they're rooting for the Dukes. But we also have one from @JMUGrad 2012 on Twitter. That's Chad. He said, plug the sports survey. So fans, if you're watching, go fill out the survey on JMUsports.com.
Just posted today. Burkholder, big 3. It's sunk. That's her first one of the ball game, her 6th point.
It's not necessarily a timeout, but a big shot coming out of the little short break that they had to talk to the coaches.
And it's about as good as a timeout that certainly served there, the confusion over what the call was. We weren't privy to the conversation, I might add. Franklin looked like she almost walked with that, but she'll lose it, and Precious Hall will recover it.
She tried using her elbow to get space from Kirby Burkholder, but Kirby used the other hand to swipe the ball away. Great defense from Burkholder.
Burkholder almost lost it. Mickens will recover it. Now it is in the hands of the Cavaliers. All the way up, and is fouled is Rayshawn Gaffney. So Gaffney will go to the line, and with 15:19 to go, we'll get a timeout here. 42-29, JMU leading the UVA Cavaliers. And as we take a timeout, you're watching the Madison HD Sportsnet presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. And Telos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.90.
Visit.
Welcome back to Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. And the JMU Alumni Association hosts more than 300 annual events on campus and across the country. Stay connected to your alma mater and register for an event today. It's the JMU Alumni Association. They're our main sponsor here on Madison HD Sportsnet. And Houston, so far in this ball game, I think that we've really seen the Dukes come into their own. And so far, it's gone really well.
It's what we expected from this team, that everybody expected. You really wanted to see them step out, become their own, and start working the basketball around. See the younger players, or at least younger last year, step up, the sophomores, and really they're just really starting to, like you said, turn into their own and play great. And women's soccer, again, it's second half, JMU leading 2-1.
Foul shot was up and good for Gaffney. And that one is going to bounce off, but recovered by the Cavaliers. That one's going to go up by Immobio. And now Immobio is going to go to the line. Immobio tonight is 2 for 2 from the free throw line. She's got 4 points. Facing the famous pep band. It seemed to have worked on that one at least. Bounces off the front of the rim.
They never let up. Pep band's always going crazy back there.
Quite a few of them tonight as well.
Another score for you. Hofstra women's basketball beating Robert Morris right now, 34-29 at half.
Free throw is good for Immobio. Nikki Newman is trapped and has to get it over to Precious Hall, but she will recover on the far side, gets it over the midcourt stripe. Now around Mickens, right around that midcourt stripe, middle of the M, whereas we might have used to say the Duke dog head. The Duke dog head, they've kind of moved out, if you didn't notice before.
They've dispersed.
Inside the paint, trying to go to Jiggets, but it moved.
Gerson did a good job defensively.
Into the hands of Garner, who got it after the Gerson tip. Now in the corner is Gerson. She'll work it up to a Mary and around to Gaffney. Inside Immobio. Back out to Gaffney and around to Garner. Garner wants to drive inside with 7 to shoot. It's off the front of the rim. Newman pulls it down. Big rebound there by Newman.
Good board too. She hung tough in there as she pulled it in.
There is the ball handling by Mickens we talked about as she gets right up under the basket and lays it in there. Just cut right through the defense.
Mickens, not the tallest of JMU basketball players. A lot of speed though in there. She used it to get across court.
That one was thrown out of the hands of Immobio by Jiggets. A couple shots now, and it's a jump ball when all is said and done. Possession arrow is for the Dukes.
I've never heard the floor thump as much as I've heard it tonight. Give these girls some pads. They're hitting tough, but both teams are hanging tough. And Nikki Newman, there you see her. Again, that's not showing up in the stats, but she's right in the thick of things every single time. Must have got the football from her father and brother, who both played at JMU.
She will get a break after that, and we'll see Jasmine Gualthme on. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this the first time we've seen her in the second half, Gualthme? I think so.
Yes, it is.
She, of course, has the 3 fouls.
Give Nikki some well-deserved rest because she hasn't got any at all.
Trading passes is Mickens and Hall. Hall looked like she wanted to stop and pop, but instead a good decision goes to Jiggets down low for the lay-in.
Jiggets with a very nice backdoor cut, and that means Joanne Boyle comes away with the timeout now for the Cavaliers.
So Boyle wants to take that timeout. 46-31 the score. Again, the issues we had earlier, we want to give Tracy Smith a chance to talk about Kenny Brooks. Well, and it seems the issues have come back. Tracy with the microphone. Sorry, folks. It's kind of our issues here in the first game. Not quite sure why our sideline microphone is not working. So our apologies there. We will still try and give Tracy a chance to tell you about Kenny Brooks' background here through the remainder of this game, as well as she'll tell us, she'll preview football, and Bree will tell us about how soccer's going.
And there you saw the good play from Jiggets there, and forgot one shout out as well. Thanks to the Atwoods for listening as well, along with must be a whole JMU UVA watch party at my house tonight, Taylor.
It's good people to watch, I think. Family, bringing them all in, and we hope that they feel like they're part of this convo crowd tonight. I think we're easily at 2,000 strong. I'm interested to see what the final tally is. Shot over Burkholder is missed by Gaffney, but she'll get it back herself. Now Gaffney drives the baseline, puts it up, in, and the foul.
JMU has averaged over 2,100 a game for the last 6 seasons. The last time they were under 2,000 was 06-07, and still they were only 50 away at 1,948. So 52 away to be exact.
Substitution, we'll see Sydney Umeri come on for Sarah Mobio. Umeri from Ackworth, Georgia, the Lovett School. Shooting is Gaffney from Fairfield, Ohio. First one and only one because it's the three-point play is good. JMU's lead 46-34. That's the 8th point for Gaffney for the Cavaliers. Half-court trap by UVA. Mickens will get it to Jiggets and whistle out of bounds. Dukes will keep it.
Good pass, just that Virginia defense just really swarmed into the ball very quickly. And what we should say is the paint, but now it's the crown of the Duke Dog.
Burkholder stands around the mouth of the Duke Dog. Now around Jiggets inside the paint, and she'll miss it, but Hall wanted to recover it, and the rebound, she couldn't handle it. It'll go back to the Cavaliers.
Hall was there to get the rebound, just couldn't hang on till it went off her fingertips.
Gaffney handles it up court for the Cavaliers. Going against Mickens. Now Jiggets and Hall on the defense. Hall steals it away. Hall trying to get up court. She'll finger roll, lay it in, but it's missed off of the edge of the rim, and Cavaliers get it back. Now it's Randolph to the other end. Randolph tries to drive inside to Gaffney. Gaffney puts it up over Jiggets, and it's missed, recovered by Guelphy. Now up court goes Mickens after the series of misses. Kirby Burkholder from deep, and she's got it wide open.
Count it. You leave her open, it's going in every single time as she did there. So add on 3 to her total, and that puts her at 18 tonight.
And easily the top scorer in tonight's ball game. Remember, she dropped 25. A steal on the other end. Mickens has got it to Guelphy. Guelphy back in bounds as she was heading out of bounds, and the Dukes are able to keep it.
She just slung it back, didn't look any way, and somehow it found a Duke.
And there were 2 Cavaliers that could have probably just rolled on the ball, but instead, Hall now from the corner tried for 3. She missed it. Guelphy gets it back, then will lose it, the rebound to Gerson. Gerson will slow everything down when she gets to the other side. Now Tara Franklin.
Umeri just didn't give Precious Hall the respect she deserved in the corner, kind of dared her to shoot it, didn't step in, put the hand in her face. She shot it just a bit off the mark, but still, that's a shot you don't want to give up to Precious Hall.
Franklin with the shot, and it goes off the rim. Hall will gather it back up. We'll get a mess of substitutions here coming up. That shot rims around, and Burkholder will miss it. Now around to Randolph.
She had the chance right in front of us.
And Randolph is fouled. That'll be foul number 5. .11:07 to go. 49-34. We get a chance now, hopefully, to hear from Tracy.
So here's Tracy Smith.
Well, I still think we're going to have some issues with the microphone. Our apologies. 49-33. Houston, if we can recap some of the stats.
Well, I do have that. So 11:07 remaining here in the second half. JMU leading 49-34. Again, leading the way for the Dukes, Kirby Burkholder. Precious Hall has 8, Toya Jiggett 6, Angela Mickens 6. Jasmine Gwathmey has yet to score, but she's in foul trouble all night. Destiny Jones has 6. She's on the bench currently. Crystal Ross has yet to score. Nikki Newman has 3. Lauren Okafor has 2. But the big number to look at, personal fouls. The Dukes have a lot with 3. Toya Jiggett's 3, Burkholder 3, Gwathmey 3, Newman 3, and Okafor 3. Cavaliers have yet to have a player reach 3 personal fouls. For the Cavaliers, though, leading the way offensively, Faith Randolph, she has 13. Gaffney has 8. Gerson has 2. Franklin has 2. And Amobi has 5. And Kelsey Wolf has 2 as well. So that's how things are shaping up right now. 9 for 32 from the field for the Cavaliers, 28.1%. And for the Dukes, they're 14 of 42 for 33.3%. But they are now a quarter of the way at 25% from behind the arc, 4 for 16. And the Cavaliers still shooting 1 for 12, have not attempted a 3 in the second half.
So it'll be now UVA ball. 5 fouls on the Dukes. There are 2 on UVA. They'll work it around the arc. Inside goes Umeri. Back out to Wolf. Wolf was covered by Mickens, and that's a size difference, and you see it there as Wolf puts it down.
Again, Mickens not very tall for the Dukes. Mickens weighs in at, or stands at 5'7". So she is the smallest girl on the court. The tallest for the Cavaliers is 6'2", and the tallest for the Dukes, Okafor, at 6'3", is on the bench.
Something tells me we'll probably see Okafor here before the end with all the foul trouble with Gwathmey and Newman. 5 to shoot. Hall gets it inside. There is Gwathmey. Gwathmey puts it up, and it's off the side of the rim. Recovered and then loose. Cavaliers going to get it back in Gerson. Now to Wolf up court. Inside to Randolph, who puts it up, and it's a foul. Going to be against Newman, and here's where you might see Okafor with the 4th foul on Nikki Newman.
We're going to see Toya Jiggets come in instead.
Burkholder will come in as well during this next substitution cycle.
Nikki Newman going for the block. She led the team last year in the 8 games she played in blocks, but then suffered that foot injury.
So Newman will go off with the 4 fouls. Destiny Jones goes off as well. Burkholder and Jiggets on. And Randolph with another foul shot. That shot is up, and it's off the back iron, pulled down by Gwathmey.
Gwathmey, we haven't seen much of her tonight, but she's got a lot of potential to be a very good basketball player. Just watching her in practice, she's there and she's working her way up. Just again tonight, just hadn't really been out there long enough to get in rhythm because of foul trouble the entire night.
Mickens gets trapped but gets it away to Gwathmey. Around to Jiggets. And inside now with 7 to shoot is Hall. She'll put the jumper up and miss it. Gwathmey, big rebound there. She'll put it back up. Doesn't get the shooter's roll. Boy, nobody can get the shooter's roll tonight. On the other side, it's Wolf who tries to drive the baseline and is blocked by Jiggets.
Jiggets comes through the 6-foot forward. Comes in, gets a nice little jump, and the block from behind. Good defense by Jiggets. Trailing the play there, you see it there. Puts it out of bounds and into the cheerleaders.
So the inbound coming for Virginia. Wolf fell down towards the inbound. I have to wonder if that was who Franklin was looking for. She'll have to get it into Faith Randolph anyway with time running out on the 5-second inbound. Randolph inside now, Umeri. She'll put it up and it'll roll in. And it's a 9-point game. JMU Dukes 49, UVA 40. Gwathmey around to Hall, back out to Mickens. Mickens handles it, works it around the arc. Gwathmey wants to drive towards the baseline. She'll stop and pop, and it misses it there. Another bad roll. And as Jiggets tried to put it back up, it's knocked out of bounds.
Again, the thing for Gwathmey to understand, though, all of her shots have been there, like you've mentioned time and time again, Taylor. It's just not getting that roll. The ball's there, and eventually it's going to bounce her way. She can't be discouraged from this early season.
So Burkholder now to Jiggets. Jiggets trying to work inside the paint. She's going to have to get it away, and she'll get it away to Hall. I don't think that was the intended.
Looked like Hall just kind of came through and smacked it out her own. He said, here, give it to me before you get a 3-second call.
Jiggets now, Guelph, top of the key, around to Hall. Inside, tried to get it to Jiggets, and a lucky bounce off of the fingers of Atara Franklin for the Cavaliers.
Good vision, though, by Precious Hall to see that. Dukes trailing 59-37 on the men's side in Charlottesville.
Burkholder puts it up, and it'll fall for Kirby. 20 points for Burkholder tonight.
We do have the attendance figure for tonight here at the Convocation Center, 3,500 in attendance.
This is a shot by Randolph, a long three there.
And Randolph is feeling it, just like Kirby was earlier. Deep three, that was more of a heat check.
She's got 17. 4 of 12 field goals, 2 of 6 from three-point land. Yeah, I was kind of close with my 2,000, right?
Yep.
Yes, earlier.
1,500 off.
Great a crowd here tonight at the Convocation Center. We're glad that you could be with us on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association. UVA gets the turnover on the other end, and Faith Randolph will handle it up court. 51-43, JMU up. Wolf around to Randolph. Randolph trying to put it up, and she does, and it's missed after she bounced into one of the JMU defenders on that end. So Angela Mickens now to Kirby Burkholder. Inside, Jasmine Guelph. Guelph loses it, but is fouled. There's probably one of those hand check calls.
She looked like she was hacked on the arms. That's why the pass was so weak and just kind of rolled out of her hands rather than with a little bit of energy.
So we got timeout on the court with 7:15 to go. 51-43, JMU leading the University of Virginia Cavaliers. And we'll be back after these messages on the Madison HD Sportsnet, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Welcome back. 7:15 to go in the second half. JMU up 54-43.
And I do have a final score to announce. The JMU women's soccer team has advanced to the CAA championship that will be played on Sunday at University Park. Myself and Kurt Dudley will be on the call there. Game starting at 1 p.m. on CAA.tv. So go to CAAsports.com to check that out, rather than Madison, because it is a CAA championship. Again, myself and Kurt Dudley will be there as JMU Dukes defeated the Hofstra Pride 3-1. And before we went to break, though, we got a good shot of Coach Brooks's clipboard. It just had the Duke dog at midcourt, nothing else. Very simple basketball court.
This shot put up Kirby Burkholder for three. I don't know where he drew that on the clipboard, but it worked.
It worked, and again, that's always the go-to when they come out of timeout, is to get that open shot for Kirby Burkholder. But when I was going with that, the clipboard scenario, I wonder why he doesn't have the real court like most coaches have. I guess it'd be pretty tough to draw out plays on an imitation of this with so much paint all over the place.
It's fairly probably an expensive endeavor to put so much paint on a clipboard, as on the other end we'll get a foul. This will be a foul called against Angela Mickens, her first. She's got 6 points on the night, and that'll push UVA into the bonus. Gaffney now going to the free throw line, and Gaffney tonight had a time at the charity stripe, 4 of 7, as this 1-and-1 is missed, now 4 of 8. But putback is up and good by Mobio.
Destiny Jones had her hand on the basketball, but was standing out of bounds. I'm curious why they didn't call that out of bounds and just kind of give UVA the basketball underneath the basket.
Working it around the arc do the JMU Dukes. Now Hall, Mickens, and then Jiggets. Across back to Hall. Hall loses it out of bounds, and it's going the other way.
Hall just hadn't been able to hang on to the basketball as well as she's liked tonight. It's kind of been fumbled a few times off of Precious's hands.
Guelph comes in. Destiny Jones will go off. Up court now, Wolf for the Cavaliers. 54-45 the score. Here comes Gerson. She's trying to drive in. She'll back out to Atara Franklin. Franklin really quiet tonight. 2 points only. 2 fouls for her as well. This is Gaffney trying to drive in, and that shot was off from the start. Barely caught the side of the rim. She just didn't look like she faded correctly. Burkholder going to get held up, and that's going to be a foul.
That's an easy call on Kelsey Wolf, who just kind of impeded Burkholder. And when I say impede, I take that directly from the NCAA rule on that call. So, again, being a lot more strict on the way you block people when they're trying to get to the basket.
4th foul on the Cavaliers as a team in the second half. So as that one goes awry, the pass from Mickens to Hall out and into the stands, one of those 3,500 people at tonight's ball game.
It is final. The Dukes have lost by 20 in the men's side, 61-41. I believe it was the final there, at least the last I saw, with just seconds ticking down.
5:30 to go. Inside now, Gerson. Handling it against Guelph. She'll turn and shoot, and that's off the back iron. Pulled back down by Burkholder. Mickens runs it up quickly, and timeout called by Kenny Brooks. So Kenny Brooks wants a timeout. That'll give us a chance to hear about the football preview from Tracy Smith.
The JMU football team is currently 6-3, and they have left Harrisonburg this weekend to play at New Hampshire. But don't worry, they'll be returning for their last home game next Saturday. They're currently undefeated at home and will be welcoming Stony Brook Seawolves for the first time. The Seawolves are currently 3-5. It'll be senior day in Bridgeforth, and they'll be saying goodbye to 12 seniors. It will also be Military Appreciation Day at Bridgeforth, so if you can make it out to the stadium, the game starts at 3:30. If not, all the action starts at 3 o'clock on Madison HD Sportsnet. On courtside, I'm Tracy Smith.
Thanks, Tracy, on that update about the JMU football Dukes. Again, 12:30 kickoff tomorrow at New Hampshire at Cowboys Stadium in Durham, New Hampshire, as the Dukes will take on the Wildcats in a very big game, which every game is important for the Dukes here on out.
That one going to be tossed up by Toya Jiggets, and it is in. 56-45. Up court now by Wolf. Inside to Movio, who tries to put it out, and she is going to walk with it as she ran over Toya Jiggets.
Yeah, Movio is more focused on Jiggets and really trying to get Jiggets out of her way than putting the basketball on the floor. So again, 11-point game, 4:59 left. This is where the Dukes have to step up and close it out if they want the win, because UVA is a very good basketball team. Good basketball teams find a way to win. So both of these teams are very good, so they're going to have to try and this is going to be that last stretch run to see who can close it out the best.
Hall working against 2 defenders, gets it across to Guelph, who's the most open Duke on that chance, puts it up, and it's missed. Guelph knocks it back into Mickens, though, and it's another chance for JMU. Hall trying to drive towards the basket. She'll put it up off the top of the backboard and in.
Nice touch by Precious Hall.
Wolf intercepted by Burkholder, who steps up on the press table. Wasn't able to save it.
Good thing we weren't sitting down there. We have a lot of equipment that could have been tore up there. Busy press row here today. Virginia brought their radio network, of course, and
David Taylor for the JMU Dukes as well.
The JMU and Telos Wireless Sports Radio Network. And, of course, us with Madison.
We're on the other end, though.
Thank goodness.
After we just saw what Kirby Burkholder. Nice jump onto the table, though, for Kirby. Working around now. Tara Franklin's got it with 7 seconds to shoot. She's trying to drive inside, puts it up. It's blocked partially by Burkholder. Still, she got a nice little decent arc on it.
And again, shooting the ball maybe a little quicker than she wanted because the pep band was getting in her face.
Hall wide open. She'll lay it in, but it's missed around the edge, and it's loose, heading right towards us. Guelph going to run towards the table. It's going to go towards JMU, though, and off the fingertips of Atara Franklin.
Well, that one actually hit right there in front of us. Guelph kind of slid the table back on us just a hair.
So timeout with 3:47 to go, 58-45. We'll get a chance now to hear a little bit more about soccer from Bree Berry.
The JMU women's soccer team hosts the CA semifinals this evening against Hofstra at University Park. JMU last met on the pitch against Hofstra back in 2010 when they beat the Pride 2-0, earning their Dukes their third CAA crown. This is the first time JMU's won their first outright season title with a record of 6-1-1. If JMU wins tonight, they will take on Northeastern in the finals on Sunday at 1 p.m. at University Park. All games at University Park are free admissions. It can be viewed live at casports.com if you can't seem to make it. If JMU wins this evening, they will earn an automatic bid into the 64-team NCAA tournament, or in the finals, excuse me. If they lose the team, they will be hoping for an at-large bid into the tournament. This has been Bree Berry. Now back to Taylor.
All right, Bree, thank you. 58-45, James Madison leading the University of Virginia Cavaliers, 3:47 to go. As Houston was telling you earlier, though, good teams find ways to win. I don't think there's any doubt that this UVA team is going to be a good team. You've got, Atara Franklin here, 14.3 points, though, and she's got just 2 tonight, though. So that, potentially could be why you're in such a good position, is you've been able to limit her chances she's only 1 for 6 from the field.
Yeah, they haven't really gave Tara Franklin much at all. There's only one Cavalier in double figures. That's Faith Randolph with 17. Rashawn Gaffney has came in off the bench. She's supplied 8 points to the Cavaliers total. Sarah Imovio has 7. Then Kelsey Wolf 5. And Sydney O'Mary has 4 for the Dukes, though. Kirby Burkholder 23 with Precious Hall, also in double digits with 10 on the night.
Dukes have the ball. The Mickens working around to Guelph. Guelph wanted to drive, but another walk here tonight.
Again, all the walks have been called on that really quick stutter step by both players, or by both squads, excuse me.
7 fouls for JMU, 4 for UVA, just by the way. So the fouls have been cut down tremendously here in the second half as compared to 10+ back in that first half. Franklin's got it, tries to get it inside to Umeri, who will try and drive the baseline, puts it up under the basket, and gets a lucky bounce back into the hands of Franklin, and now over to Randolph there in the corner. Back to Franklin, top of the key.
Just not a good angle there for that shot underneath the hoop.
With 2 seconds on the shot clock, Wolf shot it up, and it just did not get a roll in.
And another rebound for Kirby Burkholder. She's got 13, so a double-double in the season opener for Kirby Burkholder, the CAA preseason player of the year.
Mickens taking some time with no pressure out towards midcourt. Burkholder doing the same now. Back to Mickens. Burkholder, Mickens trades passes. She saw an opening for Jiggets. Now to Hall. Hall with the shot. It's in over Faith Randolph.
What a play by the JMU Dukes. Hustle was the reason all that happened. Just fighting for the ball. They could have gave up on it. Shot clock winding down, but somehow Jiggets, as she was falling down on the ground, found Precious Hall with the backdoor cut to the basket for an easy lay-in.
15-point game, 2:16 remaining, foul called. And it'll go against the Dukes. And that'll be on, Toya Jiggets. That is her 4th so far.
Again, the Madison clock on the screen, I noticed that as the foul was called, kept ticking. It shows 2:05 remaining, but on the scoreboard here in the stadium at the Convocation Center, it shows 2:15. So any UVA fans listening, it's all right. Scoreboard is correct here in the Convocation Center.
That was the first miss there by Randolph of 2 here. She'll get the second shot here, and it will fall, making it a 14-point game with the 2:15 remaining.
So UVA starting to full court pressure, playing man-to-man.
Walthney's got it around to Mickens now. Mickens hiding the ball, now works it around. It is tipped off of Gerson's hand.
Gerson not happy. She slapped the table right there in front of all the JMU athletic communication workers, and they still got big grins on their face like, wow, what did we do?
Mickens now working it with under 2 minutes to play to Gwalthmy. Gwalthmy works it in. She'll put it up. It's good. She'll have one more.
Now they call a charge.
Oh, it's a charge. The referee hit me. He
so
hit
there we
me away from seeing the charge.
That'll be Jasmine Gwalthmy's 4th personal. Another player with a 4 is Toya Jiggett. She's on the floor as well. Mickens only has 1. Precious Hall has 2. Kirby Burkholder has 3. It's a foul situation with the players on the floor.
Randolph for 3. It's off the back iron. Pulls it down. Does Jiggets, and we'll get a foul here. And it'll be on UVA. It will be against the 3rd against Sydney Umeri. Dukes will keep the ball, but they'll face some pressure from Umeri. Gerson, Randolph, Franklin as well, all in the backcourt. Wolf is up with Burkholder across midcourt, so Mickens going to work it now against Franklin as the pressure backs off.
For the Cavaliers, you need to stop, but you got to be wondering when will they start fouling, down by 14, a minute and a half remaining. So 90 seconds and counting.
Mickens works it back out. Gwalthmy now trying to drive in the paint. She'll put the shot up off the rim. She gets a second chance and a foul called.
So Gwalthmy will go to the line shooting 2. We'll see who that foul is on UVA, but this will give Gwalthmy a chance to go to the line and get her first point of the night. And that will go on. That's Tara Franklin, number 23. That will be her 3rd personal.
Gwalthmy trying to get her first points of the night. That'll be her first. And so she will go into the books tonight as having at least 1 point. She hopes for a second one here.
So now Crystal Ross is the only member of the JMU Dukes that has played but has not scored. So out of the 9 players that have played, 8 have put some points on the board.
Gwalthmy puts the second one up. She'll get 2 points tonight for her troubles.
But it's good that she gets some points on the board to keep that confidence up.
Absolutely, and Franklin's shot is missed. Burkholder pulls it back down. That's rebound number 14 for Kirby Burkholder on a big night for Kirby.
So 60 seconds now left on the clock.
JMU pretty comfortable lead for 60 seconds remaining, 62-46. Mickens trying to work it around and kill some clock here. Going up against Umeri now. 7 seconds to shoot. Now Jiggett's way out there. Misses it. Burkholder with the rebound, and she will have it off of the rim as well. Foul called.
So Burkholder will go to the line to shoot 2, and if she makes both of them, gives her 25 points, the same exact total she had last season when the Dukes lost.
That in Charlottesville, Virginia. 78-57. Very different team here for both teams, I think, UVA and JMU. Things have changed dramatically as that one is off the back iron.
So I believe that theory will go out the door. Chance for number 24, however.
You know, you lose Tariq Hislop, who played in that game last year, but all of a sudden now Kirby Burkholder stepping up. Precious Hall as well. This one, it's in there. By the way, Amani Tatum came in now. She'll be subbed in as Burkholder will get raucous applause as she exits the court tonight. Tatum, Jiggets, Gwalthmy, Destiny Jones, and Precious Hall are the JMU players on the court. In now to Umeri. 30 seconds remaining in the game. JMU 63, UVA 46. Wolf in the corner, now around to Franklin. Randolph. Randolph wants to shoot it from the free throw line. Missed. Pulled down by Destiny Jones with 16 seconds left. Over to Amani Tatum now, getting her first playing time of her career at JMU. She'll have to cross midcourt. Don't forget about that new 10-second rule. It applies no matter the situation. But with 3 seconds left, the JMU Dukes will get the first win of the season. They'll beat a pretty good opponent in the University of Virginia Cavaliers, 63-46.
Very big win for the James Madison Dukes to start the season out. Expectations are high, and this will just add to those expectations, Taylor. So now, though, Kirby Burkholder only needed 5 to go to 1,000. She finishes with 24, so that will give her 1,019 points for her career as a James Madison Duke, 1 game into her senior season.
Don't forget, coming into the game, she needed 86 to increase her standing on the list of total points. I think it's safe to say after this 24-point performance, she'll have that 86 here this season, and she'll be a very key player for the Dukes.
She'll have an opportunity to climb those charts again. Had over 500 points last year, 11th best in school history, and she'll just look to continue to add to that the rest of the season.
Final score 63-46. We're going to come back and recap some of the stats for you, but first, these messages on the Madison HD Sportsnet presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
The JMU Dukes get a big win to start their season out, 63-46. Welcome back to the Madison HD Sportsnet presented by the JMU Alumni Association. And Houston, now this is win number 3 for the JMU Dukes over the UVA Cavaliers here at the Convocation Center. Remember, they won 82-80 in 2010, and then the WNIT in 2011-12 campaign with a win 68-59 here at the Convocation Center. As you take a look at some of the highlights here on Madison HD Sportsnet, Houston, big nights tonight for a lot of these JMU Dukes.
Yeah, it's very big emotionally. They're going to be able to carry this stuff moving forward. The Dukes have now won 4 out of 6 against the Cavaliers here at the Convocation Center. So, again, JMU coming very well out of the gate. A little shaky start against Lenore Ryan in the exhibition, so I was kind of curious myself to see what we were going to get from the Dukes on the women's side, and they delivered up to expectations, played very well here tonight against the Virginia Cavaliers. But they'll take it and they'll move forward, and again, 4 out of the last 6 against the Virginia Cavaliers, and it looks like the JMU Dukes really have that key to success against this ACC foe.
Yeah, and the Virginia Cavaliers, they played a really, I thought, a very well-rounded game with the Princeton offense and the zone defense with the 2-2-1, and just overall, I thought a pretty good game by Virginia, and they shouldn't take this too hard. They still probably will be a very competitive team. I think the biggest thing, the most interesting thing to take away from tonight, however, was the lack of production by Tara Franklin, who came in touted as their best player.
Yeah, Tara Franklin, all ACC preseason honors, but did not show up here tonight for the Virginia Cavaliers, and it really hurt them desperately. But the 1-2-2 defense that Coach Boyle likes to run at UVA worked well in the very beginning of the game. It forced JMU to take a lot of outside shots, and JMU really could not make their shots. So at the point in time, it made Boyle look like a genius against the Dukes because they could not do anything at all. But then once Burkholder found her shot and a few others found theirs, it really improved the JMU play.
Well, don't forget, I guess it was 10-0 to start the game until, the Dukes even got to score anything. There was a 10-0 run for UVA there.
Yeah, it started out, it was a 10-0 run for UVA, and then JMU fired back, I believe, with a 12-0 run of their own to take the lead. And then after that, JMU never looked back the rest of the game.
Just taking a look at some of the final stats here.
We'll start with UVA again, 63-46 the final. UVA falls to 0-1 while the Dukes improve to 1-0. We said her name a ton tonight. Faith Randolph led the way for the Virginia Cavaliers, finishing with 18 points, 4 rebounds for the guard. Rayshawn Gaffney finished with 8 for the Cavaliers and 1 rebound. Sarah Imovio, she finished with 7 and 3 rebounds. Sydney Umeri, 4 points, 3 rebounds. Kelsey Wolf, the guard, finished with 5 points, 1 board. Tara Franklin, again, they kept her off the scoreboard for the most part, but she did finish with 5 rebounds and only 2 points. Sarah Beth Barnett had a goose egg under the points total, but she did have 4 boards for the Orange tonight. Lexi Gerson, 2 points, 2 rebounds. And Jaren Garner, she just came in for 5 minutes of work, did not get any points or rebounds. The Cavaliers tonight total shot 13 of 46, 28.3%. At the behind the three-point line, they went 3 of 16 for 18.8%. At the foul line, they shot 17 of 24 for 70.8%. For the James Madison Dukes, leading the way, Kirby Burkholder, the senior All-CAA preseason favorite for Player of the Year, led the way. She had a double-double, 24 points and 16 rebounds for the senior from Bridgewater, Virginia. Precious Hall stepped in with 12 points and 2 rebounds. Nikki Newman finished 3 points, 7 boards. Lauren Okafor, she had 2 points and 1 rebound, started the game and only got 4 minutes of playing time. Jasmine Guafmi, she finished with 2. Both came on a foul shot, but she had 6 boards for the Dukes. Destiny Jones, 6 points, 4 rebounds. Toya Jiggets, the 6-foot forward, played in 31 minutes at 8 points and 9 rebounds. Amani Tatum came in for the last minute. She did not receive any statistics. Crystal Ross, no points, but she did have 1 board in 5 minutes of work. And Angela Mickens, the point guard, led the spot very well. She finishes 6 points, 8 assists, and 2 total rebounds. She did have 7 turnovers, but that's expected of a very young point guard who played 38 minutes tonight. Her and Kirby Burkholder led the way for the Dukes in playing time. For the game, the Dukes shot 19 of 56 for 33.9%. Behind the arc, the Dukes shot 5 of 17 for 29.4%. And at the charity stripe, the Dukes went 20 of 23 for 87%. So, again, Coach Brooks has to be happy with those numbers. Points in the paint, JMU led the way 24 to 10. Points off turnovers, JMU led that category as well, 19 to 10. Second chance points, JMU blistered the Cavaliers 26 to 8. Fast break, we didn't see too much of them, either team getting out and running. Dukes led that 4-0, and the bench for James Madison outscored the Virginia Cavaliers 20 to 10. Kirby Burkholder again reaches 1,000 points on a free throw with 6:46 remaining in the first half. Tonight's attendance, 3,500. The largest lead of the night for Virginia was 10. That came in the first, but then the Dukes stormed back. They got up by 17 with 39 seconds remaining. The last field goal for UVA came with 6:38. They could not score to close the game, while the Dukes, they last made a shot, 2:36 remaining. Score was tied 3 times, and the lead changed only once. And again, that was after that quick start by the Cavaliers, but the Dukes powered back.
And so James Madison with the first win of the young season, 63-46. The Dukes will go to Liberty next week, next Tuesday to be specific. They will play at 7 o'clock there, and then following that, their next game will be at Richmond at 7 o'clock. They're next at the Convocation Center against Alcorn State, 2 o'clock on November 24th. That's a Sunday, more than 3 weeks from now. So they'll get a little bit of a road trip, and we'll see how they do on the road. But if they show any signs of how they did tonight, it should be a fun season for the James Madison University Dukes.
No doubt at all, Taylor. If they play like this each and every night, it was a fun, exciting game, a lot of hustle, a lot of bodies being thrown on the floor. But again, the Dukes were right there in the middle of it. Nikki Newman coming back strong. She got on the scoreboard, so that was important for her, but also she never shot down. I think coming back from injury, you're going to be a little hesitant at first, but Nikki Newman, she proved otherwise. She played tough, hard-fought game for every single one of the Dukes, and Coach Brooks, I'm sure is going to be very happy talking in the post-game press conference.
Our thanks go out tonight to Melissa Dudek. She's the basketball SID, the women's basketball SID from the University of Virginia, as well as Devin Howard and Brian Hanson. They're the sports information directors here for JMU women's basketball. Our thanks as well to JMU Assistant Athletic Director for Athletic Communications. That's John Martin. The executive producer for tonight's game was John Salem. The director was Adam Spires. And the rest of the staff from Telemedia Productions, a big thank you out to them. This evening's game was presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. The next Matazone HD Sportsnet presentation will be men's basketball on November 19th when the Dukes host the Titans of Detroit in the men's basketball opener. And for Tracy Smith, Breeberry, and my partner, Houston Stutz. I'm Taylor McRae saying your final score 63-46 as we say goodnight from a very happy Convocation Center. This has been a Matazone HD Sportsnet production presented by the JMU Alumni Association. So long, everyone.